欢迎来到赛博城市，这里机遇危险并存，值得你来争夺。霓虹灯下，各个阵营正摩拳擦掌，准备夺取这里的控制权。准备好大干那场了吗？想在这站稳脚跟，先得网罗人才。光彩夺目的幻灵战队会在每个阶段为你提供一件武器，并在战斗中周期性开火，星级越高，火力越猛。顶级的阿罗拉将传送备战系最左边的队友上场助阵，同时在场下输出积攒能量，伺机重返战场，对敌人发动致命攻击。原计划的成员们在专属装备的加持下，将收获战力与生存的双重保障，更加无懈可击。泽利一旦锁定目标，将瞬间化身最强杀器，精准射击直接宣告了敌人的死亡。战场是街头恶魔最理想的画布，他们笔下的彩绘格能带来多重属性加成，让他们在战斗中更加所向披靡。沙尼拉敏捷灵动，能够轻松穿越敌阵，连续射击造成伤害，令人目不暇接。圣灵使者的每个成员都能给你带来独特的加成，成员越多，加成越高，实力飞升不是梦。雷克顿更像个要掌控一切的 CEO， 为了获胜，他甚至会要站在他身后的友军一口，从而获取友军的生命值。地盘争夺战如火如荼，这些独行侠也有可能成为你的最强助力。佛耶哥能根据他上一次击杀的最强敌人，模拟出一个全息投影，助你收割残局。卓越不凡的盖伦能发出伤害惊人的光波，他武器库里的羁绊改建还能进行重新编程。扎克的病毒会感染你的伤点，生成的细胞组织可以合并，增加自身生命，成为战场上最大的威胁。无论你是初出茅庐的新人，还是经验老道的谋士，这里都会向你敞开怀抱。赛博城市邀请所有意识来此，一决胜负。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过剑魔，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面，15秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 50的少妹，地地道道，地地道道，地地的刀飞，柳线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已备，刚满几岁，变到屎贵，7倍以内里对你还起飞，一本忘个几位，怕是我上帝什么情味，不畏别问，我在力出几位，不如梦大不红问，老子自己基本自追，下来图我的游戏节目，忙了电脑玻璃记录，怎么你的某会？
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，大到来生活天天头晕目眩，厕所美制，冷的美次，我伟力的怼，就像匪次，最后真的没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小吃店开了，我呆了，闹掰了，碰面火腿肠和冰红茶都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，青头带头，800C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，直播秒的照漏，纯夸我太怂。
有种来考我，我就尝你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。
杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我。
我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的，
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
但心脏会停的呀！我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
头上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然败，但我败得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那你们出门装先买了，练着疯了，动作就疯了，老周的微操就退散不口渴，只怕是要我这种没病的人去看对立的稿子，我进行一个综合。我用物理代表网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，不断欠费的网费，当成奇迹，管我当下，我不懂离了 gay 还有那种活法。我是付出的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿着我的 S5杀，不要接触外面和洗澡水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，对不对？游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧！
我不是这个意思，我不是这个意思。
收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
对，开都有用。有2个没用的砸了一下，也变得有用了。
对的，比如战对阵上60，那火男虽然1星启动也比较慢，但砸一下伤害也是很高的。但是欧菲流斯后排在点啊，点不动这个前排，这尼古好肉。
沙维拉进去撞完了之后，直接60那边也被抬走了。但没办法， 后面大家的血量都比较接近的时候，太看走位了。
主要容错真的太少了，离落2血他不可能说一直能赢下去。像反倒是前期被卡的最难受的60活到了最后，但是这一轮还能过吗？应该没任何的问题。就他只要
差一点点，
差一点点。
对的。土川和上一局幻灭其实一样的思路，也都追出了自己的阵容上限，保证自己的队伍里面有一个大哥可以成功挺进到决赛圈。然后60这一把又是一个5战6-3赛博3接头，成功杀入决赛圈。是的，鳄鱼偷鱼很能扛，从侧边再切入，这波妖姬有点顶不住了，但是一轮骑射直接收集掉，成功被拿下了。我们恭喜涂川，同时也恭喜 Velcos 成功拿下，以2-0斩获胜利。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
Breaking necks and I'm wilding out. Reckless energy, I'm never signing out. Pull my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. You can catch me in the pit.
再秒一个，再来！对，哎呦，对方这么快，怎么打中的？小分钟啊，给他喷一个，喷一个，第二个P90来了，很快。
哎呦，心跳狂点死了，后来被缴械了，超级大招凯珠，对方一个一个出塔全部送掉。
这就是个打人去的，由人攻击拿到了这个击杀，一闪过去，大招省成2个，非常帅啊！这个登场，
加一闪把郭老给秒了，对回3个人，已经被崩掉了。
师傅一个技能把武昌给拍死了。新界的 AY 的第3个也有露露，4杀入手。
看一下怎么去操作，直接拧进田里吗？有，先把2楼打掉，再打一个。
闪出来看到了 YJK 这一枪，再射一个。
Alright, here we go.
Oh, we were sorry forever. With T-Will, Shanghai is your eSports World Cup champion.
所有现场以及屏幕前的义士们，大家好，欢迎来到2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之弈的比赛现场，我是你们的主持人夏安。接下来将为您带来的是万众期待的总决赛，由 T1 对阵 Team Falcons。在这里，我们8位天选棋手即将展开智慧与谋略的终极较量。他们过关斩将，经过层层对决，来到这个舞台，也将于此决出2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之弈的总冠军。那么接下来，就让我们有请双方战队登场。首先，让我们欢迎 T1。 欢迎冰城 SCIC 杜尼祖尼 Crazy Movie， 欢迎各位。接下来，让我们欢迎 Team Falcons。欢迎李少、宁理、李图川、特斯拉，欢迎各位。云顶之上，巅峰对决，强强对抗，再度争锋。究竟是谁能够捧起最终的冠军奖杯？就让我们一同期待。
Then, alright, the ones I trust most are all conservative strategies and have now reached final stage of ACL team fight tactics. Here we can see the progression charts of both teams. Their journey has been remarkably smooth since the quarterfinals, with a 2-0 victory over Tsitsipas and a 2-0 win over Tingfeng, followed by a 2-1 win over Alpha Gaming, has finally reached the finals. Actually, Phoenix was eliminated in the first round of the Shangzhe group. With a 0-2 loss to T1, they fought their way back from the losers bracket. These are the two teams facing off for the second time in this ACL series. The tournament format has been changed from best of 3 to best of 5. For Tingfeng Hongsha and Qiwang, these two teams share deep historical connections. They have supported each other's growth, culminating in the final championship match, scheduled for 10 a.m. China Standard Time today. Let's revisit the starting lineup for both teams. Tesla's Li Xiao. Both teams competed in the 2024 EWC World Championship. Clashed yesterday, with 6 players participating, but the impact was extremely profound, apart from yesterday's match. He actually performed in his own elimination round. Come on. Witness the starting lineup of Tianda, featuring SSC's efforts to assist you in flying into the movie. The 3 active players, including SSC's independent leased players, all participated in the 2024 EWC Esports World Cup Finals. As for Quinn Movie, he was a quarterfinalist in EWC and had previously played for Notice Team, among them the well-known player Binti. Actually a player who has participated in many world championships. In the S7 Dragons journey, he won the 8th place in the global finals. In the S8 Monster Hunt, he secured the 4th place in the global finals. Later, at the S10 Strongman Championship Finals and S11 Huazhongling Global Finals, he delivered commendable performances. S12 Magic Brawl Tournament secured the 12th position in the global finals. Though participation in global finals has been limited, the player's overall performance in the Korean region remains exceptionally strong, serving as the backbone of Bin Tiwan, particularly in the high-speed rail system. Dong Lee Suni, at the S10 Global Championship Finals, secured 9th place, while at last year's Macau Open, achieved 30th position. This player joined T1 in 2025. Regarding previous records, they were quite impressive. As the tournament progressed, their opponents fought their way up from the losers bracket. Ting Fengko, Wu Shengling, Li Xiao, Li Tuchuan, and Ningli, Li Tuchuan, Shaoxin, Li Tuchuan, a 4-time top competitor in China, a rising star in the world of competitive gaming, has made it to the final offline stage 3 times in a row at TOC 678. Li Shang and Li Changyu are the FMVPs of the 2024 EWC Esports World Cup, members of the 2024 EWC Esports World Cup Championship team, and 2-time top champions in the China region. Ning Li served as the coach for the champion men's team last year and participated in EWC. This year, he directly led the team as a player in ACL, Asian Champions League, the kind of battle that makes me stand up then he would stand up and look at that thing, which would be very uncomfortable. He felt like every punch was blocked by cotton, which meant he was being dragged down by his business partner. Exactly, because the player's conditions were always fluctuating compared to the endgame. Because I think, for example,
欢迎来到赛诺城市，这里机遇危险并存，只等你来争夺。霓虹灯下，各个阵营正摩拳擦掌，准备夺取这里的控制权。准备好大战那场了吗？想在这站稳脚跟，先得网罗人才。光彩夺目的幻灵战队会在每个阶段为你提供一件武器，并在战斗中周期性开火，星级越高，火力越猛。顶级的阿罗拉将传送备战系最左边的队友上场助阵，同时在场下输出积攒能量，伺机重返战场，对敌人发动致命攻击。原计划的成员们在专属装备的加持下，将收获战力与生存的双重保障，更加无懈可击。泽利一旦锁定目标，将瞬间化身最强杀器，精准射击直接宣告了敌人的死亡。战场是街头恶魔最理想的花布，他们笔下的彩绘格能带来多重属性加成，让他们在战斗中更加所向披靡。沙米拉敏捷灵动，能够轻松穿越敌阵，连续射击造成伤害，令人目不暇接。圣灵使者的每个成员都能给你带来独特的加成，成员越多，加成越高，实力飞升不是梦。雷克顿更像个要掌控一切的 CEO， 为了获胜，他甚至会要站在他身后的友军一口，从而获取友军的生命值。地盘争夺战如火如荼，这些独行侠也有可能成为你的最强助力。佛耶哥能根据他上一次击杀的最强敌人，模拟出一个全息投影，助你收割残局。卓越不凡的盖伦能发出伤害惊人的光波，他武器库里的羁绊改建还能进行重新编程。扎克的病毒会感染你的伤点，生成的细胞组织可以合并，增 加自身生命，成为战场上最大的威胁。无论你是初出茅庐的新人，还是经验老道的谋士，这里都会向你敞开怀抱。赛博城市邀请所有意识来此，一决胜负。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头。我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留胖胖。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面数秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 不停地扫妹，滴滴答叨叨，滴滴叨叨，滴滴的刀飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已被，刚满几岁，背到屎柜，却被以 Z 里对你还洗背，一般玩个几位，怕是我上帝什么情味，不畏别问，我在暗里出几位，不萌萌但不红卫，老子自己见不自追，想到图我的游戏，默默地盯到玻璃记录，努力的抹灰。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天住点击酒店，大到来生活天天头晕目眩，厕所美制人的那么匪刺，我把你的腿子像匪刺，最后他都没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
消息开了，我呆了，闹掰了，封面火腿肠和冰箱都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，青楼带头，800 C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的态度，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，直播秒的炸了，纯靠我太熟。
有种来考我，我做长宁，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我 我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
他心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才
我不会难为情的。
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
套上最贵的皮肤，挂机再排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。 我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的 touch， 我就会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘砸碎了屏幕，哥们儿才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅了。
我虽然 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练个说了，都是疯了。脑中的微潮就推散不空抗，只把实验我这种没病的人，去跟对立的稿子吧进行一个综合。我用物理代表网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，发来欠费的网费，当成记忆，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复数的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿着我的 S5杀，不要接触外面和自己找水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不敌的游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧！
我没有这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You can you are, no can no baby。
对，开都有用。有2个没用的砸了一下，也变得有用了。
对的，李如山对阵上60。那火男虽然1星，启动也比较慢，但砸一下伤害也是很高的。但是欧菲流斯后排在点啊，点不动这个前排，这尼克好肉。
上面他进去转完了之后，直接60那边也被抬走了。但没办法，后面大家的血量都比较接近的时候，太看走位了。
主要容错真的太少了，离落2血他不可能说一直能赢下去。像反倒是前期被卡的最难受的60活到了最后，但是这一轮还能过吗？应该没任何的问题。就他只要
哇，差一点点，
差一点点。
对的。涂砖和上一局换面其实一样的思路，也都追出了自己的阵容上限，保证自己的队伍里面有一个大哥可以成功挺进到决赛圈。然后60这一把又是一个5战63赛博3接头，成功杀入决赛圈。
是的，鳄鱼偷鱼刚很能扛，
从侧边再切入，这波妖姬有点顶不住了。
但是一轮骑射直接收集掉，
成功被拿下了。我们恭喜涂砖，同时也恭喜 Velcos 成功拿下，以2比0斩获胜利。
欢迎来到赛博城市，这里机遇危险并存，只等你来争夺。霓虹灯下，各个阵营正摩拳擦掌，准备夺取这里的控制权。准备好大干那场了吗？想在这站稳脚跟，先得网罗人才。光彩夺目的幻灵战队会在每个阶段为你提供一件武器，并在战斗中周期性开火，星级越高，火力越猛。顶级的阿罗拉将传送备战席最左边的队友上场助阵，同时在场下输出积攒能量，伺机重返战场，对敌人发动致命攻击。原计划的成员们在专属装备的加持下，将收获战力与生存的双重保障，更加无懈可击。泽利一旦锁定目标，将瞬间化身最强杀器，精准射击直接宣告了敌人的死亡。战场是街头恶魔最理想的画布，他们笔下的彩绘格能带来多重属性加成，让他们在战斗中更加所向披靡。沙米拉敏捷灵动，能够轻松穿越敌阵，连续射击造成伤害，令人目不暇接。圣灵使者的每个成员都能给你带来独特的加成，成员越多，加成越高，实力飞升不是梦。雷克顿更像个要掌控一切的 CEO， 为了获胜，他甚至会要站在他身后的友军一口，从而获取友军的生命值。地盘争夺战如火如荼，这些独行侠也有可能成为你的最强助力。佛耶哥能根据他上一次击杀的最强敌人，模拟出一个全息投影，助你收割残局。卓越不凡的盖伦能发出伤害惊人的光波，他武器库里的羁绊改建还能进行重新编程。扎克的病毒会感染你的伤点，生成的细胞组织可以合并，增加自身生命，成为战场上最大的威胁。无论你是初出茅庐的新人，还是经验老道的谋士，这里都会向你敞开怀抱。赛博城市邀请所有意识来此，一决胜负。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过剑魔，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留判断。不 FPS，但我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面，10秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 50的少妹，滴滴答答到，滴滴答答，滴滴的刀飞，流线草作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已备，刚满几岁，变得实惠，却被以内里对你还洗肺，一般玩个几位，怕是我上对什么行为，不为别问，我在领出几位，不如梦，但不红问，老子自己见不自追，想得出我的游戏，忙了电脑，把你记住，怎么你的模糊。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，大到来生活天天重运母穴厕所，美制人的每次我把你的腿子像翡翠，最后真的没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小车开了，我呆了，闹掰了，破灭火柴上个冰墙都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他妈在搜查呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，青龙带头，800C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，守着什么关口，直播秒的招楼，纯夸我太怂。
有种来考我，我做长你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。
杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我。
我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直出下去吧，永远不会停。
他心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
头上最贵的皮肤挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
我多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
我是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练个疯了，动作就疯了，老周的微操就特产不空抗，只怕是要我这种没病的人，全看对立的稿子吧，进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，发来欠费的网费，当成奇迹，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复数的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿着我的 S5杀，不要接触外面和洗澡水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，对不对？游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我不是这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，肖太啊，你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了 ，OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
The rules of Go. The team is involved, with a strong emphasis on teamwork, particularly when encountering teammates. Maintaining good communication and coordination is crucial. Alright. The highly anticipated first game of the finals is about to begin. The best of 5 format. The first round's hacker possesses an extra enhanced tycoon, the absolute core of Bindi T1, who is also T1's captain. Jungle monsters here have dropped Gragas and Varus. Actually, 2 Holy Grail scrolls. Check out Bingtong's project equipment. If you have high energy talon, opting for project is actually a good choice. Li Xiao secured the card Master Darius. Bintang possesses high energy fever, inducing players. The 5-plan S Water Lantern can also be deployed to the front line. The entire 5-plan equipment setup is perfectly suited for Sheng Yuan Judgment. Additionally, a super skin has emerged here. Dong Li Suni, who was also part of last year's EWC, the T1 player of the World Cup. Quiz Movie is a new T1 player this year. Li Tucheng. S jungler reported Samir and Fiddlesticks still needs to coordinate with you. This essentially turns into a question regarding SSC's original equipment plan. The 3-wave strategy isn't as effective. The Luminous Capacitor is actually quite weak in this version, because after the nerf of Zyra from the previous version to this version, 7 UI lumps have gradually faded from the mainstream game pace. The first enhanced rune is golden, with no additional hacker intrusions. He tends to favor fast-paced tactics, while Li Xiao opted for aggression here, likely to build a card-based lineup. With a 2-star Darius already in play, after clearing the Tesla area, high-voltage electricity is available. The mentorship system and today's competition are causing confusion. Li Tucheng and Lin Li have both cleared all 3. The Clockwork Accelerator's retribution has hit the top. The remaining 3 aren't actually that great. Crazy movie. Intentional failure. They'll probably go on a losing streak, while Bingtang has secured a key position. In fact, this positional advantage within the opposing Holy Spirit system is highly effective for Iron Man. Unfortunately, our original plan to equip Wu Yuan didn't include Fu Hua Jijia. Otherwise, the overall team strength could have been significantly enhanced. We encountered our teammates here, and the foreign player Sheng Yuan is good news. The emerging team creativity movie is likely to look forward to achieving a 5-game losing streak in the second phase to break their current 3-game winning streak with high potential for late-game improvement. Moreover, Bingtang hasn't equipped him with items, the teammates who focus on detailed attacks, but unfortunately, they didn't manage to take down a single monster. While the stone golems were still present, Dong Lisuni's side is worth waiting for, as it's reported that Nedley will likely take a route with a super smooth lineup, but the Magic Brick God has actually been nerfed in this version. Li Tushuang's direct synthesis of 2 sets of cattle at the start can be utilized as the affected area level increases to stack the layers of Funyo. Ultimately, it should lead to a gunner's path. In fact, in 4v for matches, generally speaking, the team's lineup composition is crucial. Typically 2 teams opt for high-cost lineups, while 2 teams choose low-cost lineups. You might also need to observe your opponent's strategies. And beyond playing comfortably yourself, you should also exert pressure on your opponents. Therefore, in 4v for matches, we often observe players from different teams clashing. Team Focus has deployed Li Xiao to play cards Team T1 reportedly, they frequently send a player to compete in card lineups. Tesla isn't participating today, following the Assassin's nerf. In this version, he's no longer as dominant, since many warrior class cards in this version aren't that dominant. When facing a quirky movie, Tesla here has 1 win and 1 loss. The quirky movie succeeded in taking him down before the contestant, achieving a 3-game losing streak. Check Li Xiao's health status. However, on the substitute side, all 3 players are at full health. The first round of draft 2 to 4 will likely include a player from the focus team. The first round allows equipment selection to disrupt the opponent's desired strategy. This is a standard draft process. Klay Thompson secured the complete set directly. As for Li Tuchuan, he could actually coordinate with teammates on equipment allocation. Since the second draft pick was Tesla and Li Xiao, the current development direction should be Dongli Suni. Similarly, the remaining 3 contestants were also replaced. The 4th contestant was replaced by a new member. This is the 3rd replacement. It's good to see that the replacement is quite good. The overall replacement is scattered. You have drawn it to the top and successfully reached level 6. After combining the helmet, you should go to a lineups with a main magic system. If you want to keep winning, you can actually consider breaking the set. You've encountered T1 SSSC, and when facing opponents, just merging to break defenses. However, SSA managed to secure a complete set right from the start, but due to the initial 3 scattered pieces distributed, they couldn't utilize their hex deck to acquire an extra item during Phase 2. This was primarily caused by level disadvantage, leading to their defeat in this skirmish. Li Xiao's team maintained excellent tempo. Darius has already secured for cards. There are multiple strategies, one of which involves completing Varus's 2-item combo, using blue buff and tech box for transition, then shifting focus to Viego. Unfortunately, we lost during the 2v5 phase. In this particular match, no one could secure 5 consecutive wins in the second phase. Kuming's team suffered for straight defeats against Li Xiao. The 2-star frontline Darius likely won't make it through, but should be able to secure the 5-game losing streak he once suffered. The SPC plan is expected to be finalized soon. I've been working hard here and eventually won the Donglin Suni competition. I can maintain 2 to 3 styles of writing, then switch to the most important style when needed. The entire second phase. Team Chiwan has a contestant with 5 consecutive losses. Team Tingfenpose, after losing the first round, leveraged their Ikebana skills to level up and secured a 4-win streak. The players in the middle, their relationships actually deteriorated. Li Xiao's 3-win streak, but the 3 teammates in Tanfeng Ho, actually, a Zhaoyang Telf, is in the last 4. 3 of them are in this wave, and they can't be taken down. I'm moving forward here. This wave of jungle monsters has dropped money. Actually, when the 3rd phase comes out, you can pull it. Would you consider pulling it directly? Or observe the opponent you're facing and choose to hold back? For a while, the 3-star generals have arrived and are now attacking the generals. since they themselves lack connections, and their relationships aren't strong. They're not in a rush to acquire equipment. They've encountered Ningli, who is likely not participating in this round. As the second phase's conclusion, Ningli's side has also stopped providing equipment. This wave should be easily secured. Let's see if we can swap some monsters for teammates. Successfully swapped one out. Unfortunately, Draven didn't use his second skill. Otherwise, we could have taken down Poppy as well. Phase 3 Hex deck, except for combat-oriented Black Cleaver. You must consider opting for a lifesteal Hex deck. Item: Li Xiao's original plan was to build quickly, and you also chose the same strategy. Bingtu's massive partner, the independent and satisfied enforcer of Dunizuli, opted for the highest limited wealthy hand, Cuffs, but chose magic throwing instead, and finally gave her complete sets. On the other hand, SSC chose extreme tracking, and actually, the launch point here has been identified by the players who have gone online, and the initial formation has been completed. However, they suffered 6 consecutive defeats in their past strength. After reaching level 30, they continued to lose. They might consider starting at level 7 to find 3-star Draven and 3-star Sari, and directly combine the equipment here. After finishing the Infinity Edge, the frontline Pommel also has it. After pulling Chi-Chi over here, they're still on a winning streak. While Li Xiao hasn't played many 2s, Yan is holding onto 50 Lion Dance cards and managed to draw a 2-star Braum. He should be holding onto 30 to see if he can find a 2-star card. Actually, adding 2-star cards to Song Chaoling's frontline partner can enable a small combo in Phase 3. Why didn't you consider building the second Ginsu's Rageblade? Given the presence of Gangplank, the card equipment, the third supplementary tech gun or Giant Slayer would be better. As for this version, Li Tongchuan, who defeated Kai Jishi, his maximum potential is still in the super frequency range. What can easily secure 6 consecutive wins? The buffed Guolong is now fully enhanced. On the other side, Liu Shang finally has 2 cards. Even without flying, he should be able to win easily. But actually, 4 card-based lineups after upgrading in Phase 3. You really don't want to encounter your own teammates. The third phase draft here has a venue, but the top picks are 2 players from Tingfeng Pose. Li Tuchuan successfully secured the venue. Then, I can actually go and check it out to build what kind of lineups in this version with venues. Playing Battlefield 95 is an excellent choice. Of course, it also depends on the player's card retention. Tuchuan has the economic advantage of a well-developed mind, so reaching higher levels later isn't particularly challenging. After all, we're still benefiting from the waking of insects, each with their own advantages. In fact, there's a knocking mechanism here. If there's a gun, you can actually turn the shovel into a pot. Finally form a 6 swift shooter crocodile. Transfer the swift shooter to the crocodile, which is also very powerful. Ling Li, using the flower path to the top, directly raised her level to 8 and achieved 7 consecutive wins. She also encountered Bingta from Xingyan, who had reached level 7, but lacked a 2-star Varus. Varus's equipment was also being used by a 1-star Morgana, but the 2-star Gragas in the front line was extremely tanky. overall team composition was very close, with the Legion on this side finally breaking Ningli's winning streak and activating the extra enhancement rune at the end of Phase 3 resulted in positioning errors. Here, we can observe a few tracking instances. Li Tuchan's team secured the original plan implantation. Tesla's desperate situation. Li Xiao's massive partner, the forward thinking of manager Donglin, actually has been declining since 360. 0, regardless of economic hex deck. When additional enhancement runes appear, there's inherent latency. This delay actually provides you with the original benefits from economic hex deck, with a slight decrease. So most professional players generally don't opt for extra hex deck enhancements in the economic category, such as swiftness and high efficiency, can be seen here. Li Xiao's cards have finally reached 2 stars. The gunner will need to be adjusted. How should Li Tuchuan utilize them? At 3-5, after winning a round, 3-6 also secured another victory. The entire 3-stage process saw one player from each side getting eliminated. Li Juchuan from Tingfang's side and Li Xiao in the lineup. Can we switch to a different monster? Li Juchuan directly took out his own. $155 Lion Dance. This is where we directly apply our own experience. To see if wild monsters can drop money, we should be able to reach level 8 directly, then initiate at 4-1. Leveraging the extra D card opportunities from previous losses to drive quality improvement. With 4 assassins and for heavy units. After acquiring allies, this side directly, the first Duri wasn't kept. They'll likely go for a mid-lane marksman composition. Li Tushan's team reached level 8 and secured a 2-star Ju. They should have directly destroyed the shooting range to trigger Swift Claw, and then found the Swift Archer, and also had 2-star frontline, which were actually of high quality and could slowly rely on their own chaotic economics to get to level 9. Mercury also has it. For Tesla, there are many of its own equipment. And there are golden forks and golden disassembly in the 4-4 competition, which is a very good equipment. In the 4-4 competition, you can disassemble the equipment infinitely, which essentially means you have unlimited chances to control your combat power, thereby invading with less health during teammate battles. This round's report shows the last hex deck here has turned colorful. Ling Li, I become the centerpiece. The Enlightenment Relic Coronation Ritual. Actually, for the final hex deck, unsure what to choose, selected the Ritual of Enthronement. It's always a safe bet. After successfully deploying several bond tracking units, we have the Street Demon Senior Engineer with Swift and Phantom Spirit, possibly mismatching the Street Demon. We'll later adjust according to their gear to make some adjustments. The previous wave wasn't cleared, and he didn't intend to counter. He felt it wasn't forced today, but rather played a Jia, though the strength might not be particularly high. But the execution hasn't been completed yet. Let's see how the next wave of execution equipment turns out. If the execution yields excellent items, there's still a chance to secure the 397th layer. Tesla was eliminated, with the final margin for error, suffering 9 consecutive defeats. And a 30-second countdown, 3 coins were given to Feng Yi. In fact, he didn't activate it. Without the 7th level Demon Blessing, for warrior lineups, it's still barely usable. He lacks memory, but managed to draw it at level 6. Now he also has Zac, though Zac, with a Windbreaker, is still quite weak. Can utilize the Windbreaker splitting feature and its own organizational structure to generate more mini Zac units. However, the Magic Burst and 2 large axes here aren't as effective. In the end, Center didn't choose to stay. He directly activated the secret Yindong and took it with him to see if he could defeat the SAC team from Team T. The advanced Moonlight team, in reality, made a minor error, since he deployed 2 Zhang Yi cards simultaneously, Zyra and Mundo, while his own Mundo lacked equipment. Ye Xing Zyra had 3 divine items, but unfortunately, the high-level Moonlight play didn't succeed. Zyra's upgrade to 4 stars, right? She can now win a round. The 5-cost card here is Crocodile. Choosing Crocodile is crucial for Swift Archer, but Li Tongchuan's health is actually 3rd in priority. Hope you're quick move didn't allow Li Tongchuan to get the Crocodile. The final Hex deck choice was Gene Empowerment, not to mention finding the Crocodile. On the other side, they're focusing on mid lane. SSA has activated several tracking skills. And there's a Crocodile here. Fortunately, a spear directly eliminated 3. This strategy works in this lineup, taking out a 1-cost card, enabling Zyra to steadily reach for stars. Ling Li's coronation ceremony includes a Samira card. This could be the decisive moment, but Samira actually can't be eliminated. On the Bingtung side, there's no Virgo. Switch over and use Gelio to activate 2 fortresses, along with Jax. Meanwhile, Viego remains unlocated. This engagement likely relies on the 2-star brand to secure victory. The graduating player was eliminated, while SSC's for Star Zyra remains active. Though not as powerful, she managed to eliminate her teammate, Duru Zuli, the white Duru Zuli, and secured victory in this round. After deploying 6 Xin Shen, established a solid foundation for their team composition. SSC's side adopted a 5-street strategy approach, the Swift Archer class. In lineups may not be as impactful. I've managed to withstand the pressure. After Atlas released Backwater and went through 2 knocks, he gradually built up his team lineup. In this positioning, he doesn't necessarily cut directly to the corner cards. 3-star Vayne on the right has reached the required quality at this stage. At this timing, there are 2 Ignite base combos. Even if the heavy marksman is lost here, using Zed's backline assassination, they still manage to secure this fight. SSC's side attacked their own teammate Bin. He successfully countered a wave. Today's 3-star Virus drew triple cards from the 800 million pool and took 2 of them. Looking at the overall health advantage, their side has the backwater advantage, and after capturing the straight line, achieved a small triple victory, while on T1's side, the 2 players SSC and Donglin Julie, in the 5th stage, actually had only 1 error-tolerant wave, and their own health levels were not very high, with just 25 health points, while Focus's side, the top 3 players, have maintained decent health levels overall. The moment they failed to flank Xie, Li Tucheng demonstrated his strategic acumen and reached level 9 first. eliminate the enemy's front line, then locate Aphelios. Correct. He's the power draining one. The overall team composition here is overly balanced. But the main character actually doesn't have a 3-piece set. Notice the opponent's position again. Notice the opponent's position. Everyone has only one piece of equipment to reach the backwater Tesla. And they need to take a treasure back first. They should be able to save less money. Because after all, there are speculators in Wayne. Just save 30 yuan appropriately, which can maximize Wayne's combat effectiveness. For example, you can find a crocodile with the speed of a fast shooter. It can easily defeat Ning Li. Dong Li and Sun Li are down, and so is SSC. 2 players have been kicked out. After the 5-to-1 exchange, they all collapsed. For T1 in this game, to secure victory, they can only depend on Bingteng and Quinn Movie to clinch the top 2 spots, with Zack still in the mix. And another, Jume. Yexing Zack's trio still opted not to save, but kept stacking organizational layers. The returning Zack provides crowd control with a skill that locks onto Li Xiao, then dashes to the front line, and finally reaches 3 stars. Playing cards should be relatively easy, as the overall lineup strength after Phase 3. In the late stage of Phase 4 begins to decline. Tesla's own combat power with 4-tier equipment upgrades, functions like muscle memory, effortlessly secured this match. The Benta deck includes Varus, locked in a 3-star Varus. However, the 4-cost cards Sewanee and Viego are both only 1-star. When encountering gunners, the positioning of reserves, in fact, the 4-cost card Bolt during Phase 5, is extremely challenging. The overall quality, though passable, isn't enough to secure victory in all matches. Instantly eliminate the enemy's Xia. Then Tesla encountered a mid-range marksman. Using Zed's nimble positioning, successfully bypassed the front line and directly targeted the back line. Also successfully secured this wave. Tesla started to catch fire and began its own northern expedition. The Kuomintang forces were defeated. Following this wave of tolerance, their health should have reached the execution threshold. In the 3rd phase, the 5th phase draft includes Phantom Spirit rotation, but for both teams, it likely won't make a difference. Tesser will likely play defensively, while Pei Mumu will take it directly. Just as Tesla player, this next move, we initially thought Li Tongchuan had secured the pig. But in reality, Li Tongchuan player, he's been making waves, right? We can see in the sub-column below, there are 2 Ju cards. Besides possibly serving as Ice Pillar's Vigoth, here at Tesla is being held back by 2 cards. After Ollie Tuchuan drafted this pig card, he now holds 7 pig cards. Completely blocking the Ice Pillar strategy. Both Sewanee and Viego struggle to secure their 3rd pig, or even their 2nd. Must rely on 3-star units. See if they can further enhance their lineups. Tesla backed into a corner. Took 2 more hits. The entire Sewanee team failed to secure the carry position, and even through their own, not today's verified trigger, evaded the control from China and the US. After the front line was instantly wiped out, the backline engaged in crossfire. Tesla's Vayne proved superior, securing the victory. The assassin from Beijing now in this competition, but Li Tuchang was actually eliminated in the final error margin after suffering 3 consecutive defeats in Stage 5. The last round of level 9 card draws yielded the 8th Jew card, which wasn't nerfed in the new version, so now 2-star Zac S-Gear isn't particularly strong. This jungle steal wasn't executed well. Would you consider swapping with Jew's equipment? In the end, you chose not to dismantle your gear and defeated Quiz Mobe. Both sides were in the final round, with a C position player, and with 5 and 10 health points remaining, they entered the final showdown. However, on Li Tuchang's side, the front line was already down. The Kunlunwood area also collapsed during the final endgame phase. The tech-armed quarantine zone held out till the end, the ultimate showdown with Old Wang. The swift move in the 5-6 wave ended in failure. This signifies we can congratulate Tingfeng Company in advance for securing the first round victory in the bowl competition. The 3 Tinghua team members also ranked 6th, 7th, and 8th, respectively. It's evident that the entire Qingfeng Po's team, the 4 players' health levels are maintained with excellent control. The health of these 4 players actually has only 1 chance for error tolerance, which is not more than 20 health points. The recovery is slightly slower, and the minions on T1's side are about to die, although their health is well maintained. However, they failed to secure the 2,400 gold from their Sawani and Viego. After their teammates fell, there was no chance of recovery. In the final decisive battle, on Ito's side, the 8-card hand was played, with opportunities scattered all over the table. Ultimately, the 2-star Renekton was summoned. Whether he would choose to sacrifice Sawani, he bought and sold. Ultimately, although the overall ranking and the game's position won't impact the outcome of the first Bull 5 match, but still make the best decisions during the game. The positioning of our Sawani is spot on. She immediately used her ultimate to control Tesla's 6, then followed up with a second ultimate. Sawani repositioned slightly, avoiding the control, but leveraging the 2-star Renekton from the 6-star Jin, kept dealing continuous damage. The 6-star Jin's support reached the backline. In Zuri's final showdown, with Zuri's more agile positioning, secured a narrow victory. Tesla also collapsed. Similarly, Ning Li fell in this wave, while completing the power supply, also needed to clear the lane, including in the first game, to secure a victory, temporarily leading 1-0. 2 players successfully accomplished the mission entrusted by Tingfeng Company. On the Bingtung side, Li Tuchang and other clients have completed their objectives. On the other hand, Tesla and Ningli, under the defense of 3 players, with the fall of Ningli and Tesla, successfully found the 2-star Wei Wasp and reached the 6-star Marksman Crocodile here. With the support of a 3-star frontline Mordekaiser, successfully overcame this wave of mirror images. While Li Xiao was eliminated by Li Jichuan. Unfortunately, we lost a Jew card here. Eventually, we sold the 7th Jew card, decided not to pursue the 3-star 5-cost unit, and directly invested in the first organization. Actually, there was a 2-star Kog'Maw earlier, but at that time, due to the 8 mid-lane cards, I chose not to sell the boar. To synthesize the 2-star Kog'Maw, the game has been paused. We've adjusted our positioning here, with the Crocodile having Mercury, immune to your control effects, while the opposing Binta, both teams' main carries, are positioned separately. Whether you stand on the left or right, you'll be targeted by Li Tuchuan Sawani. As the 6-star phase concludes, the attack speed stacks up, ultimately securing victory in this engagement. with the final 6 for 4 draft pick. In fact, both teams' core carries and tanks had maxed out their equipment to pursue additional power-up options. There's no longer much point. Focus on positioning in the final wave. Li Tuchuan's team has the right gear. With the golden shovel, can make adjustments to front and backline equipment to equip the most reasonable gear. The crocodile has been fitted with a giant sand, and the tech gun was given to Zilly Tong and Zach, and the equipment was adjusted, and all combat power was maximized. This lineup can be considered the ultimate combat power, with a crocodile on the right side. The two-star Draven here directly attacks from the weaker side. However, the positioning here actually failed to control Viego and Varus with the first ultimate, but as the training marks accumulate, the crocodile went on a rampage, ultimately steamrolling Binta. We must congratulate Li Tuchuan from Tingfeng Company for clinching victory in the first match. In fact, during yesterday's losers final, Tingfeng S-Team's alpha gamer Li Tuchuan achieved back-to-back wins, and in today's first B5 match, secured a triple championship streak. Everyone's talking about Xiaoxin and Tuchuan, but he's actually the most formidable new generation player in our CN region. Kansha is still in the late game phase. Alright, the first match concludes here. Take a short break. We'll present the post-match data analysis. The results of the 10,000 person survey. This round's first 3 waves of 10 10,000 person surveys achieved a triple. Victory streak. Data from the top performers. Li Tuchuan from Tingfeng Company has reached the summit again with the 6-whip shooter crocodile, 2-star Zac, and 2 2-star mid laners. The frontline tanking. Also held out till the end. In fact, Li Tuchuan's performance throughout the series was quite impressive. Let's examine the more advanced post-match statistics. After the game, the highly anticipated Donglin Zuli and SSC, who held up the moonlight, actually performed in this first round. Their performance was not so good. In the end, Lao Chi and Lao Ba were eliminated. This may bring a great disadvantage to Team T1. Although Team Bingtan relies on its own operations, ultimately securing 3-star Viego and Mordekaiser, but due to the dual fist strategy, 4-cost card was defended by 4 opponents, ultimately had to settle for second place. Alright, after a short break, we'll bring you the second set of the match.
欢迎来到赛博城市，这里机遇危险并存，只等你来争夺。霓虹灯下，各个阵营正摩拳擦掌，准备夺取这里的控制权。准备好大干一场了吗？想在这站稳脚跟，先得网罗人才。光彩夺目的幻灵战队会在每个阶段为你提供一件武器，并在战斗中周期性开火，星级越高，火力越猛。顶级的阿罗拉将传送备战席最左边的队友上场助阵，同时在场下输出积攒能量，伺机重返战场，对敌人发动致命一击。原计划的成员们在专属装备的加持下，将收获战力与生存的双重保障，更加无懈可击。泽利一旦锁定目标，将瞬间化身最强杀器，精准射击直接宣告了敌人的死亡。战场是街头恶魔最理想的画布，他们笔下的彩绘格能带来多重属性加成，让他们在战斗中更加所向披靡。沙米拉敏捷灵动，能够轻松穿越敌阵，连续射击造成伤害，令人目不暇接。 圣灵使者的每个成员都能给你带来独特的加成，成员越多，加成越高，实力飞升不是梦。雷克顿更像个要掌控一切的 CEO， 为了获胜，他甚至会要站在他身后的友军一口，从而获取友军的生命值。地盘争夺战如火如荼，这些独行侠也有可能成为你的最强助力。佛耶哥能根据他上一次击杀的最强敌人，模拟出一个全息投影，助你收割残局。卓越不凡的盖伦能发出伤害惊人的光波，他武器库里的羁绊改建还能进行重新编程。扎克的病毒会感染你的伤点，生成的细胞组织可以合并，增加自身生命，成为战场上最大的威胁。无论你是初出茅庐的新人，还是经验老道的谋士，这里都会向你敞开怀抱。赛博城市邀请所有意识来此，一决胜负。
Alright. The second set of the Bull 5 between T1 and Top Esports is about to begin. In the first minigame, Top Esports claimed victory, taking the lead, entering the game interface. The second round's coordinated invasion also features the fourth enhancement rune, an extra enhancement rune, but suffered a losing streak, only deployed Morgana. In the first wave, coincidentally Tesla, Morgana was not selected in the last game. The card I've played most throughout the series, the Wild Monster, revealed a Draven with a direct attack card, and then reported to Li Xiao that someone was outside at 1:30, starting with 2 Wind Bulls, but this version of Huangzi, along with Lion Dog, aren't as dominant as in previous versions. The power sector also needs both sides' collaboration. SSC, the overall top-tier player, SSC Terray Industries, actually underperformed in the previous round. Let's see if they can quickly adjust their performance this round to achieve the necessary team coordination and execute tactical strategies effectively. Here, Donglin Zhongli's original equipment plan lacked the high-energy blade, which wasn't ideal. His team later secured a 3rd C position. Except for the movie side, where remaining cards showed Sheng Yuan's basic cards. Ningli's side had a 1-star Nadley, achieved a 1-4 wild rank, and obtained a stone-powered weapon. There's a 1-4 wild creature, which is actually a Minotaur. Then Nidalee, due to her own healing mechanism, can easily handle solo duels. The first enhanced rune is white. In your area, there's Sky Dominator and Sky Splitter, which were directly eliminated through meticulous development, ultimately secured the latter part of Lu. Tesla's side obtained a compact replicator. The total time allowed for Li Xiao's side was 3 consecutive days. Quickly move! Be careful, Li Xiao's side, the Ximin building caused unexpected complications. Patience is a virtue. Regarding the launch, perhaps the campus kiln would be better. SSC Basic Equipment Buffet. The ice rink area also features Tianma Aviation Liafeng. All 3 have been cleared, creating complications. The second phase's complications are actually manageable, since during the team formation phase, you can utilize the class changes provided by complications to build a balanced lineup. Here, the engineer is given 2 identical equipment items. To synthesize a staff, which is actually the proper rhythm, Julinju Li directly encountered Tesla, who kept a Darius card, leveraging his own hex deck, is likely to form a card-based lineup later. Donglin Zhongli has only kept Morgana, and today might need to observe further, since I'm using Pandora's gear. The final team composition is flexible. Ning Li's side also only fielded 2 tanks, and plans to take a minor losing streak as the second draft pick. In Svet's match is a crucial and key factor in resource competition. The victory dynamics between Kongcheng Lingli and Kongcheng Dongli Zuli have been reset. Both sides are aiming to secure the first 3 waves by trading health to secure a spot in the first round of Phase 2 draft. For the 2-star mirror on this side, who has never played in T1, S Yangdao stacked Chen Ji. Overall, Ning Li and Doreen Suli's health bars are relatively low. Ning Li will likely continue to trade health. To see if he can reach the first draft pick in Phase 4. remember to keep an eye on the top lane. Li Xiao's original plan was to equip 2 backline 2-star mages, which have already been acquired. The attack speed booster can also be used to craft the electric blade required for Street Demon, along with the magic burst. Since the Street Demon's overall lineup, it can significantly boost your attributes. Synthesizing corresponding functional gear would be advisable. Here we've encountered, as the CS Little Giant's journey begins, it should be successful. In winning this round, the rhythm wasn't particularly good. Even after Li Xiao's back-to-back victories, the streak was broken. Entering the second phase of the draft, this draft has no extra rounds. The first round is essentially an equipment contest point, since in this game, the first phase's jungle monsters only drop 2 basic items. Then, in the second phase's draft, choose the scattered pieces that fit your lineups. Is crucial. This means being able to help you craft your first useful orange item. After Li Xiao returns from the draft, he managed to snag a 2-star Mundo, but it was too late. Had he arrived earlier, before the elective, his winning streak wouldn't have been broken. The SS A Technical Equipment Buffet here directly crafted the Ginsu's Rage Blade, and also obtained the card. Braum is now equipped, directly upgraded to Archangel, so combining Archangel with the Sunfire Cape would likely opt for a Cardmaster composition. Similarly, Tingfeng Company is also using the Cardmaster lineup in the Familiar S for tournaments, where both teams send one player to counter each other, has actually returned. The optimal scenario would be to replace this card. The enhanced attack and golden cards are nearly ready to activate. After completing the 4-card combo, swiftly secure victory. In reality, there's no player with a 4-game losing streak in this match, since during the early 2-2 phase, both players with empty cities had already encountered each other, reset the win-loss records between both sides. The color side drew 6 cards. The key focus is T1 SSSC here, whether it can secure a 5-game winning streak in Phase 2. Lin Li's team is playing very solidly, with the original team having Qi Donglong and Gao Nangya. They could consider using Sheng Yuan, while also possessing the water droplet set as Viego's equipment accessories. Unfortunately, during phases 2-6, I failed to acquire my directives early and couldn't find LeBlanc or Draven. This situation implies his health will plummet. Although we've lost 5 rounds, the 2-2 round with an empty city actually stems from poor coordination. The entire second phase's coordination was visible. After defeating SSA with 5 straight wins, they secured a 3-game streak. Meanwhile, Tesla on the other side suffered for consecutive losses, and after Ning Li was intercepted by the opposing team, also recorded 3 straight defeats. Now, the rhythm is no longer in their favor regarding the overall health status, since Li Dechuan's side has the Little Giant support. Teacher Qin Feng's side will have a slight edge and return to campus. But he completely lacks the second phase of the draft, including the jungle role in Phase 2, which carries a lot of equipment. Here, both are anti-aircraft. Then rush to the crystal, 1B1 load, correct? Delivered. During the beginning of winter, 2 households couldn't get it downstairs. So, he simply terminated the SSC basic equipment buffet here. Through the primary selection, he chose the 3 god equipment, 4 cards. And finally, he found the 3 warrior setup in the jungle. Then, he went for a 3-stage losing streak. The hope here is still very great. There are still some risks in the forward line. This equipment doesn't need to be combined urgently. Even unstable equipment can be slightly modified at this stage. When encountering your teammate Li Xiao, neither side chose to equip him. to see if they could reduce mutual damage and make it more refined. Li Xiao's team, with more 2-star basic cards, successfully won this round. As we discussed earlier, his teammates had fewer entries, which actually serves as an advantage. In this game, the 3-2 hex deck setup has produced a golden item. The key focus is on which team can activate synergy tracking and utilize it to build a more powerful lineup. Quickly gather the support partners on Moby's side. To initiate the Echo and Old Equipment Buffet collaboration, the equipment provided by Echo can actually be crafted through the forge. To create the equipment you desire, after completing a small level 6 draw here, we notice that the blonde on the field and the cards are both 2-star, with Dragon's Tooth being particularly effective against Tesla's cards. Ling Yi directly sold all cards except the support card, allowing Tesla to reach level 6. After spending 30 units, failed to find a 2-star card, and the card's Blade of the Ruined King hasn't been crafted yet. The costume was given to Randon to enhance the frontline's resistance stats. Or should we draw? After finally triggering the Summer Solstice effect, the card has reached 2 stars. Ming Li Yi sold this batch approximately 200 units and is still on a losing streak. Before entering the draft, he managed to accumulate 34 experience points. After the draft, he will smoothly reach level 7, and then he can choose a card pool of level 7. Blue buff and break defense have been completed. The overall lineups will likely lean towards Sheng Yuan, with powertrains, glass cannons, and similar Weirus's 3 God Legend has also been created. Blue buff, machine gun, and broken armor, not fully deployed. Li Xiao's team is tracking. With the return of this elective, they can develop their own Orn equipment. This Tesla setup for 3-star pursuit offers a slight advantage, since I have 2 Nico characters in hand. The 3rd and 4th draft picks come with extra technical equipment, providing the gunner systems Iron Man and Varys, along with the Street Demon systems Nico, through additional technical equipment. Each contestant can craft the scattered pieces they require. SSC has secured the Grand Sword Demon's Draven with 2 additional cards. Tesla has finally obtained the card, the indispensable Sunblade. Li Xiao and Lu Duan have activated the Central Asian Hourglass, forming a street demon structure. Through this demonic framework, to assemble Iron Man, you can unlock your own basic tracking at level 7. Meanwhile, Dalatsuoli is waiting to level up. If the skill doesn't activate, reaching level 8 should at least allow for the SSC front and rear equipment. Slots are fully equipped when encountering a Tesla competitor on their side, unless equipped with armor, although everyone has 3 cards. In terms of equipment, SSA is absolutely leading, whether in front or back rows. Stacking with Ginsu's Rageblade, stacking Archangel's Staff, we easily secured this match. After reaching 2-star Twisted Fate, we disrupted Tesla's momentum again and secured our 9th consecutive victory, supplementing with the Soul Link. Combined with our own Titan, Dolin Zuni, although in the Chuji market, actually secured 2 consecutive victories. With Pandora's gear, there's no shortage of equipment. What kind of backline would still have some effectiveness? In fact, you only need to reach level 8 to see if you can draw 2-star key for cost cards. and you'll have completed your lineups. For the Langley lineup, the chosen artifact is Zanya's Hourglass. The overall composition leans towards Holy Grail, with Ali Tuchuan's physical build. However, the lineup will gradually shift towards heavy armored marksman. The team's development already has this card. After the last round of 3-6, Tuan's SSC maintained a 10-game winning streak. They're just harvesting now. Both sides simultaneously opted during the 3-7 phase to bring it up. After the proposal, Donglin Su Li didn't consider advancing to 8 4-card drawing. Ning Li took the initiative and successfully drew a virus card. Jia has acquired Sawani and also obtained Aurora. However, Aurora's current version, within the Star Origin System's Level 8 framework, its effectiveness might not be particularly significant. In many cases, without proper equipment, he might not even compare to a 2-star Morgana. The jungle monsters dropped Sawani and Varus, both essential for the Holy Grail comp. Varus here has been upgraded to 2 stars. The Donglin team also activated a 41,000 and obtained Aurora as well, but hadn't located the pig. Finally found it and triggered it. When dealing with such lineups, the card draws on both sides. Your side has exhausted all draws with 2 boars and 1 Vigo. SS, while Adonis Uni's side obtained a 2-star Mordekaiser. Both for cost cards are limited to 1. Slightly more than 1, but he has already played. Indeed, Aurora wasn't chosen. He picked the 1-star Morgana because Morgana, in the Holy Source Judgment, can offer extra through the Holy Source bond, provides additional AP. To boost your backline's Varus and Viego dual core output. Cards upgraded to 3 stars. Resulted in losing this round. They also completed the 3-card set with the final 4-2 Hextech upgrade being gold. Naturally, in this late-game scenario, there's an extra Hextech available, providing a slight edge. He opted for the Lotus Dance skill, while SSC eliminated all 3 opponents, ultimately selecting the Circle Breaker. Bingtong's card draw was smooth, directly obtaining a 2-star Aurora, and also acquired 3 pieces of equipment. Then, adjust their team composition. He's currently in the jungle, with a connection established. To supplement a robbery card strategy, although lacking brand, managed to draw a 2-star Trash character, with 2-star Trash character and 2-star Aurora, while equipped with 3 divine items. Should be able to execute a decent Xiao Jia in Phase 4. After drawing cards, Li Xiao managed to activate his own skills, and can initiate this wave effectively. Computer trackers for headed form, you accidentally hit your own teammate Tesla. Although Brand has Zanya's Hourglass, his ultimate ability was still slightly delayed, resulting in a narrow loss to Tesla. Yunchuan's backline can now absorb health as he's arrived. The basic pursuit has been activated, with a bit of health. Senior engineers and strategic analysts are both usable. He can also build a warrior, achieving exceptionally high potential. The fortress and new home upgrades will likely follow. After the card draw, they'll probably opt to tap once and stop pursuing. He's a 7D damage dealer. Now the card is linked with other scattered pieces. In this version, I've noticed more players gradually adjusting to establish necessary transitions and equipment allocation. Strategic transitions can also be implemented. Here, the 2 rabbits can depart immediately, equip them with gear, then wait for the next wave. Didn't wait for the next wave, directly chose to strike this wave and trigger the Gunner Strike and Cyborg Strike. The peak effect will be weaker. Gunner Strike can actually synergize with Jinx for a 2-gunner combo, while Cyborg can also be upgraded through level 9 to to form a closed loop lineup with Kerala entering the 4-4 draft phase. Samir is visible, but the first pick was T1S2 players, Duni Suni and Binto, who didn't make it. Thanks for the call. Honestly speaking, I feel the current advantage is that after Li Xiao's appearance, we managed to secure it smoothly. Samira's overall lineups are seamlessly connected, capable of forming a cohesive team structure, and he later acquired the Blood Lotus. For this lineup, it's merely a usable hex deck, not particularly strong. Who would have thought? Compared to the Soul Connection, this combat power is somewhat weaker. As for the Judgment and Electric Knife, Ding Chuan's side drew a 2-star female tower, but both back row orange archers are only 1 star. Drew a 2-star pig, but didn't opt for a 3rd card. Had plenty of time. With Zac present, could have gone up first to stack, aiming for level 9, while using frontline Mordekaiser's shield. Finally attach Zac's passive. Now, I've got a question here. Or use Aurora to pull Zac into the battlefield. This round, the 2-star Viego on Mingli's side pulls the mirror to this side and hits the 3-star G with the same gunner. However, the 2-star front row in the middle is very tough, which led to the successful victory in this round. It was really close. Varys' Zanya's Hourglass also played a crucial role. Linley's consecutive kills, and finally, Hex deck appeared in gold. The healing orb here applies the blessing bag for massive healing. Li Xiao secured the project uplink, while Bingtong's side obtained another artifact, but the artifacts they crafted appear subpar. The team successfully acquired the Lotus of Insight. SSC has obtained the exclusive enhancement for Shindiga. This is beneficial for the card. However, with only 5 cards in hand, still unable to counter the Card King Tesla in this tournament, Bing Cheng ultimately secured Lu Din. S assistant. 2-star Aurora, actually in Street Demon Engineer. S lineup isn't very effective. Selling the 2-star Aurora directly and allocating the equipment to Fire Leopard's Dual C carry, while the frontline withstands enemy damage, then encountering a 3-star card Tesla, I believe you've already defeated the opponent. This Tesla wave, right? The 4-cost Hex deck completed the frontline's overall tankiness. For a Firestorm Double C composition, their lineup is actually quite weak and cannot deliver fatal damage. In this round of the game, Bingtang ultimately fell during phases 2 and 4 while attempting to counter. The 8th place in this game was secured, showing Gong Jinjun's perilous situation. With only 12 health remaining, the third to last Ningli still has 27 health points. During phase 5, there are 2 rounds of error tolerance. This round has once again entered a challenging phase, similar to the previous round, as in the 4 versus for competition. Securing 7 or 8 consecutive victories is highly advantageous, since after achieving that, to win the game, it implies your other 2 teammates must secure the top 2 positions. After drawing cards here, Dong Su Li successfully acquired 2-star Vigo, but her own lineup still had only 1, while Bao Gang secured 2 explosive units. Another high-cost unit was already depleted through Pantheon's gear. To build a more balanced equipment setup, SSA's team has selected Samsung's Darius, but it's unsure if their card has reached 3 stars. In fact, both sides Sheng Yuan Millie have matched up. There are 2 street demons that effectively counter Wuya. As for Doni Zuli, they are now confronting the gunner Li Tuchuan. But Li Tuchuan's 2 back row main CS are both 1-star rated. Is that sufficient? After swapping front row units between both sides, the battle moved to the back row. The Donanzini team, with their 2-star back row Vigos, still managed to defeat the opposing team's 1-star gunner. This represents a significant improvement. Should we consider investing money here? Since the 12 blood unit is actually in phase 5, check who the SSC team is targeting. There's a marginal margin for error when you're carrying 1 teammate. You can still survive, but you can't carry more than that. After reaching level 8, continue drawing. SSA has 2 3-star frontliners, but their backline is weak. The deck only has 6 cards, while also aiming for 3-star units, Draven, but failed to secure it this round. After Li Xiao reached level 9, using the original plan's uplink and basic tracking, there's actually a small synergy. Remember, the front row Nico with dual disc armor is extremely tanky. After protecting the front row on both sides, directly assessed the quality of the back row, and achieved overwhelming victory. As for Donglin Zuli, they were also eliminated. After 2 players were knocked out, ranking 7th and 8th, SSC has now suffered 2 consecutive defeats. Despite the current situation, Li Tuchuan is on a 6-game losing streak. But the overall health level is slightly higher than SSC's. SSC finally managed to secure a 3-star Draven during the 5v3 skirmish. The opposing team's 2 frontline champions were completely eliminated. The overall quality is quite solid. After the 2 backline marksmen were taken down, they dismantled the upgraded gear to equip 2 high-cost, powerful marksmen. For instance, the mid lane S2C survived with enhanced strength. Here, we encountered SSC in the mid lane. After SSC secured a 3-star Draven, both teams were actually evenly matched, but with backline exchanges, the fast-paced Mo team prevailed, neutralizing SSA's error tolerance play. In reality, SSA's team is already in critical condition. The 5-4 draft pick includes a senior engineer, correct? Unfortunately, the team directly terminated him. This would have otherwise, through the senior engineer's transfer, enabled the formation of 8 senior engineer lineups at level 8. Thus, this is essentially a strategic approach. Li Xiao's side could actually secure it, with the pace accelerating. Let's check this round's brackets. The one just released, and the one with 70-0-0 for Li Xiao. The more equipment, the better. The same applies to his ability, as both parties have localized supply chains. The 2-star fireman just mentioned 2 product points, and you're also saving money. Here, after achieving 8 consecutive wins at level 8, you should reach level 9 in phase 6. To further enhance your lineups, 2 steps are insufficient. 6 SSC cards. The 7th one still hasn't arrived. The team's level is also at 7. No rush to push to level 8 to unlock 2 warriors. The internal conflict among peers. If he ends up sacrificing his own teammate, the frontline on both sides, SSC is more resolute. The equipment of his 3-star cards isn't as good, only the Ginsu's Rageblade. The overall attack speed remains low. In lane confrontations, this leads to a certain disadvantage. However, 3-star cards can easily handle 2-star cards. We successfully won this team fight. ISSA was left with just 8 health points. This allows us to create artificial stone. Peaks. The upcoming maneuvers are going to be crucial. The player on the left side is Jin Xiao, and the player on the right side also has only 11 yuan, which cannot be used up to stack his own fortune. Quality, the previous player's play was very painful. And now we've encountered both sides of SSC. This match will determine the 6th place in this round. The front row of SSC is very strong, and the jungler was killed. Meanwhile, Li Juchuan's front line eventually collapsed. What a pity, the final backline engagement. SSC's team, with a sliver of health on their card, launched the last card and achieved a comeback kill. Li Juchuan secured 6th place. Ningli's team sold all their cards, as they had only 2 health points left, likely aiming for a quicker approach to the contestants' battle round. as after 2 teammates from Team T1 were eliminated in the 7th or 8th round, he must secure victory in this match. Only Curry Movie and SSC can clinch the top 2 positions in the fewer player matchups. The key difference lies in our team members, who will meet frequently. T1, already at a health disadvantage during internal battles, must deplete their health, which makes it extremely difficult to accomplish the top 2 lineups victory. Peak while at the junction. Tesla has also sold all its cards. They must have seen their target hit Li Xiao. T1's internal conflict. SSC is attacking Ko-Li Movie. Ko-Li Movie will launch an offensive. After activating equipment, they didn't immediately select, nor immediately provide. The planned return to Sheng Yuan's system was a mistake. The teacher's favorite is this one. This side can precisely control it. Is that possible? SSA. This is another dangerous wave. Using the card with a sliver of health. Successfully counterkilled after Tesla's empty city also departed. So, can Kuai-Di Memorandum of Understanding and SSC accomplish this? Can they successfully encircle Li Xiao? But Li Xiao's health advantage is overwhelmingly significant, with 49 health at level 6 to 2. Samira, also at 2 stars. And all main C cards are 2-star. So, after completing the investment round, you'll have no more draws left for the final showdown. I believe the 0.1 fee is imminent, as we can observe that SSC has reached Li Xiao's mirror image. Then the real Li Xiao is likely to reach the quick move position. After finishing, it's crucial to see if the mirror image can win. Samira's first skill wiped out the entire SSC team. The second skill is coming. The main body is still slightly weaker, but he's got rhythm. SSC hasn't faced Li Xiao's mirror image and ultimately fell, ending the match. Reached 3rd place. So at this moment, can congratulate in advance Ting Fangfangxi for winning the 2nd round of the Bullhive series, securing the championship point in the ACL Finals early, holding 3 match points, entering the second half with a 2-0 lead. His performance this time was equally impressive. Take a look to see if there were any early stage errors. He chose to challenge Li Xiao. The tracking limit was essentially demonstrated to the fullest extent. The team suffered back-to-back defeats against Kunlun Red Star. Despite acquiring a 2-star Aurora at level 9, it proved futile. We can congratulate Tian Fangfangxi on securing another victory in the competition. Li Xiao and Li Chengyu have successfully reached the summit. Where is the decision point? Oh, it's right here. Li Xiao is also a participant in the 2024 EWC Esports World Cup. He was a member of the champion team, Blue Team, and eventually won the FMVP of the finals. 33 might also consider his consecutive defeats, which I find impressive. The second game concludes here. Let's take a short break and move into the high-level data review of this game. This is also what we saw. when we watched him. Data of the top climber was also finally given to Li Xiao of Ting Feng Company, who ultimately relied on the upper limit of bond tracking and the subsequent combat power upgrade chain, achieved exceptional quality at level 9, with 2-star Amira and 2-star Fire Leopard Dual C. Ultimately securing the victory in this match. Viewing more advanced post-match statistics, the two players in this game also mirrored the previous match, finished 7th and 8th in the 4-player competition. As long as you get 7 or 8 points for the whole team, the pressure is enormous. Although Quickie Movie and SSC ultimately achieved commendable results in this match, securing 2nd and 3rd places, but securing 7th and 8th positions implies you must aim for the top. It's truly regrettable to finish last, losing this competition. Alright, let's take a short break. We'll soon bring you the 3rd match.
来到赛博城市，这里机遇危险并存，只等你来争夺。霓虹灯下，各个阵营正摩拳擦掌，准备夺取这里的控制权。准备好大战那场了吗？想在这站稳脚跟，先得网罗人才。光彩夺目的幻灵战队会在每个阶段为你提供一件武器，并在战斗中周期性开火，星级越高，火力越猛。敏捷的阿罗拉将传送备战系最左边的队友上场助阵，同时在场下输出积攒能量，伺机重返战场，对敌人发动致命攻击。原计划的成员们在专属装备的加持下，将收获战力与生存的双重保障，更加无懈可击。泽利一旦锁定目标，将瞬间化身最强杀器，精准射击直接宣告了敌人的死亡。战场是街头恶魔最理想的画布，他们笔下的彩绘格能带来多重属性加成，让他们在战斗中更加所向披靡。沙米拉敏捷灵动，能够轻松穿越敌阵，连续射击造成伤害，令人目不暇接。圣灵使者的每个成员都能给你带来独特的加成，成员越多，加成越高，实力飞升不是梦。雷克顿更像个要掌控一切的 CEO， 为了获胜，他甚至会要站在他身后的友军一口，从而获取友军的生命值。地盘争夺战如火如荼，这些独行侠也有可能成为你的最强主力。佛耶哥能根据他上一次击杀的最强敌人，模拟出一个全息投影，助你收割残局。卓越不凡的盖伦能发出伤害惊人的光波，他武器库里的羁绊改建还能进行重新编程。扎克的病毒会感染你的商店，生成的细胞组织可以合并，增加自身生命，成为战场上最大的威胁。无论你是初出茅庐的新人，还是经验老道的谋士，这里都会向你敞开怀抱。赛博城市邀请所有义士来此，一决胜负。
见操作就用野蛮部落。单排上分喝东鹏特饮，组团开黑喝东鹏特饮，巅峰对决喝东鹏特饮，累了困了喝东鹏特饮。
of the finals. Okay, here it comes. The third game of the T1 versus FPX finals. In fact, compared to the quality of the players, still had a slight edge. Qian Fangguang is now leading 2-0 while holding 3 match points. SSC was also defeated by him in 3 minutes, and he's using the Little Forest type book. That first wave would be quite painful. The entire hacker is the magic weapon repository. In this scenario, the 3 manufacturers are quite formidable. These 3 have been revised to their own magic weapon repository. Actually, more people choose front row magic statues. Of course, there is also a magic statue for economy. In fact, whether in the competition or in the class, few people choose it because the economic magic weapon arsenal, the 3 economic artifacts it provides, are not well suited. SSC has 2 senior engineer cards. Binto's 2-star Chanjoy has poor luck in some areas, since the combination of Electric Blade and Ghost Book here closely resembles Brand. This round, Julie has drawn the Magi's Soul Stealer card, but sold it immediately without opting to keep it. The opening phase here was quite chaotic, with a 2-star Alistair frontline. Actually, for patch 14.4, a 2-star Alistair is quite tanky. After the 14.3 enhancement, Li Tutron's original equipment setup is excellent. The 3 Yuan Gao, Ling Yare, and 5 Yuan Fu Huaji Jia from Mordekaiser and Varus are the optimal prototype equipment. Without exception, Black Hole Invasion provides unstable gear, like Hextech. All are golden. Bingtong has a council there. Cloning facilities. Should the council consider acquiring them, given that the council, regarding the Sheng Yuang ruling, serves as an excellent hex? Technically, with the Retribution Orb replacing Teeth, Tesla here directly acquired the Divine Artifact, the Void Engulfing Wrath Withered Jewel, and the Sorcerer's Mark to reach level 5. Let's check the draft here. Bingtang is still hesitating. Ultimately, they picked Li Jihu. The team will likely align with Sheng Yuan's lineups, with Yuan Jinba as the core, 2-star Zhang Dao in the front line at the start, 2-star Xin Tei in the back line. The 3-piece glasses expression likely indicates considering equipment upgrades to achieve a winning streak. The first 2 teams' rental strategy combines card and blade tactics, with frontline Sunfire. Li Xiao's blade throwing technique has developed a card-based prototype, allowing me to return at 11. He doesn't want to eat. He has no interest in it, which is a bounty battle, but on Tesla's side, they have also combined the electric knife and laser gun. At this point, they should coordinate with Li Xiao to arrange the lineup, specifically for the Spikes match, where each team will send 1 player to compete. In the low-cost Toxic Dog strategy, SSC has chosen the Blitzkrieg strategy, which implies the need to maintain consecutive wins. However, after securing the Blitzkrieg, the first wave of 2-1 was already lost, and the overall 2-star quality of the frontline hasn't been replenished. The 2 1-star Poppy cards and 2 1-star Shyvana cards. On Ning Li's side, the Static Shiv and Moralinomican are combined, but the project equipment isn't as good. Suddenly, this synergy with Cyber Vision, but the Electrocute book is actually a very versatile item. Whether in the street system or the Holy Source system, can fulfill their respective functional roles. A small Nyoko was reported, and the Scapegoat can also help replenish some economic resources for himself, and it really happened to him. Then he was killed. Here is a transition of the 3-4-0 team at the beginning of the game. SSA also hatched the high-energy Yaren and the equipment of the team of Varus and Menkaiser after the cargo room and the technology cabin were built. It's actually the Shengyuan judgment. This flow can be used as a transitional solution. Fortunately, after 2 consecutive losses, I successfully acquired a 2-star Dragon Girl. Looking forward to whether we can turn consecutive losses into wins in the 2 to 3 phase. Li Jichuan has secured an experience-granting opportunity. Combined with economic elements, are eager to reach level 8 quickly due to Sheng Yuan's remaining lineups. In the 4-on-4 environment, being highly competitive, or even the second phase of auditions, choose to go for a higher ceiling. Standard equipment auditions don't have extra pots or cards. The first pick here is T1 SSSC and Duni Suli. Players can select their desired equipment to allocate their team composition. In this version, the tier of the goddess is extremely popular. As a composition with high ceiling potential, Sheng Yuan's judgment requires an exceptionally large number of water droplets. The inverted version of Varus, the blue buff of Varus and Viego, including the frontline Sejuani's Iceborne Gauntlet, can all be combined. Ming Li spotted Viego here, and Varus has arrived. The situation is at its peak phase. Would you consider taking action? Although lacking the blue buff, it's still viable for farming. I've identified 2 high-value targets. In this round, possibly due to budget constraints, didn't immediately pick Viego, since after all, on our side, teammate Li Duchuan has confirmed the Sheng Yuan judgment lineup. This could be changed at any moment. The internal conflict within the police department. The 2-star Morgana from the Yinchuan team, equipped with a 2-piece set, faced off against the 2-star Senna from Ningli's team, also equipped with a 2-piece set. After swapping frontline units, both sides engaged in backline duels. Ningli's side gained a slight edge and should aim to secure 6 in the next round. The golden enhancement is going smoothly. The quality of the Phantom Spirits has been gradually improved through card selection. The Council of the Core, along with Li Xiao, has initiated the Noble Sacrifice card. The 3 Saints and 0 have already been obtained. CS continues to enhance his gear. With a dispersal skill in hand, a weapon dispersal appeared. However, the dispersal and magic cannon tend to be physical in nature. In this scenario, dual blade dispersal won't be affected by particle boxes. The gunner composition requires this hex deck. They'll likely opt for a strategy, given their mid lane quality and the backline's strong marksman capabilities. 2-star Rast paired with Mirror can also help him secure 5 consecutive wins in Phase 2. Li Xiao's side has a 1-star card, mainly because he has investors looking at the entire second phase victory dynamics. Tesla has achieved 5 consecutive wins, while Li Xiao has secured 4.5. In the T1 category, Power Leasing has suffered 5 straight losses. Did you notice? 3 losses. In fact, the mid-tier players have maintained decent win-loss records overall. The number of consecutive wins and losses started from 2. This is a good approach, as it ensures at least $1 economic rewards for winning or losing streaks. Finally, 2 brushes were placed in the movie. Unfortunately, they failed to secure 5 consecutive wins in the second stage. The attack speed packs here are a bit excessive. The overall equipment build wasn't optimal. We'll need to figure out how to optimize attack speed later. Since in this version, dual Sunblades are only available to Aphelios, and Twisted Fate can effectively counter the Team Zuri after being nerfed in this version's for matches, has gradually faded from public view. Donlin Zuli is now sending cards, again with the Yang Dao Tech Gun, to the card player. Meanwhile, Big Mouth has Chi-Ran, who can pursue the card player while simultaneously drawing a 3-star Big Mouth, which actually boosts combat power. After Li Tongchuan replenish cement, one more water droplet is needed to complete the process. The most crucial blue buff for Viego, Li Xiaoshan, has appeared during this transition phase. The situation was extremely close. Both sides were engaged in intense combat, but at the final moment, after the battlefield mechs were deployed, Dolan Zuni narrowly secured victory in this round. The second hex deck item, Viego with the golden hammer, still managed to get gold. This is quite impressive. Li Chao demonstrated strategic foresight. Lin Li also showed foresight. Should we consider taking Li Xiao? He didn't consider taking it, but directly reached level 6, started drawing cards to find 2-star cards. Free to win, Ma Yun, Enforcer Xingye's desperate battle, secured a satisfactory Enforcer, determined to endure 5 consecutive losses. Tesla's magical projectiles have been replenished multiple times. They likely provided a base health boost. The massive companion Donanzuni, both front and rear rows, 5 2-star cards. Although we didn't get Li Zhouchuan, the opponent shouldn't be strong, but the overall quality is exceptional. LY Strong should deliver good results in Phase 3. Currently, it's still too early to tell. It's a bit slow, and on the other side, Naphtali is cutting to the front. You're fully armored, while Li Xiao here is in the 3rd phase. Things might not go so well for him. He's currently only a 1-star card, but with the Speculator, he can gain some economic boost. Moreover, the Speculator implies you shouldn't draw excessively, since if you release too much in Phase 3, the attack speed from speculative plays will actually decrease. So you have to maintain around 30 gold, or even 20 gold, to gradually build your team composition. Here, we still haven't found any 2-star cards. We skipped a round of draws, with 20 remaining economy. We can't afford another draw. These 2 families are, but the other 2 families in their 3rd phase. Power Leasing has found a bronze card here, and a Misfortune card at level 6. They successfully open a 5-star Yijia. This is extremely damaging. For the Square team, this is undoubtedly a Tesla-like challenge. But Tesla is still in transition overall, and likely can't compete with local brands. Failed to replace a core technology. Even Tesla eventually lost, with a score of 175. Meanwhile, Li Xiao's team also engaged in combat with their transitioning teammate Li Tuxuan, successfully securing victory in this engagement. Let's check if there's any opportunity to secure the first blood in this match. The 3-phase draft process overall has a Viego card in the system. This Viego is expected to become a contested pick between both teams. He believes he should be the team's ceiling. Li Xiao secured Brand here, but avoid using basic attacks. Brand is exceptionally strong. In team fights, Li Tongchuan from Shongyuan's side successfully picked Viego, without securing the blue buff required for Viego, opting instead to directly take Kaisa. After returning, still performed a sweep, but still didn't obtain a 2-star card. The C side remained unchanged. The overall card quality here is quite impressive. These 7 cards, the crucial point is he lost last round. He likely lost to Ning Li's unstable equipment belt, which should not be considered for upgrade now, since he's already equipped with forward thinking, paired with 2 economic hex decks, Scapegoat and Scapegoat. He'll likely move to the upper tier for gaming. The tier 8 draw card is placed in the fast lane position without visiting the upper tier to find more 5-cost cards. To complete the lineup formation, I encountered my teammate Li Fuchuan on Li Fuchuan's side, also did their best to have Mingli replace the cans. Considering that for the 4-on-4 competition, teammates colliding with each other, I can more precisely engage with my teammates, which actually creates a greater advantage. The lineups have reached the final round of enhancement selection. due to the presence of substitute players. Although Siwei had previously depleted all the economic resources, Ningli has actually replenished a certain amount of funds, thus securing 20 yuan in interest. The council's board here has obtained a level 5 hurricane. Li Xiao secured a minor for game-losing streak in Phase 3, while also suffering from direct attacks, though the attack levels were not particularly high, only reaching 127 layers. They also encountered the skeleton eating quiet movie. Now, the two teammates on the side have been kicked out. One of them is about to be disconnected and is now off the field. Fortunately, both teams' direct reporting hierarchies are not particularly high. They'll likely opt to harvest in the third dry zone. As during matches, players generally avoid maintaining excessively high support tiers. The key lies in your transition phase. If you can manage to secure the support while maintaining a relatively low-quality hand, opt to take a low-cost support to gain additional economic benefits, thereby assisting you in completing your team composition at level 8. With 3-zone wind and successfully reaching level 7 here, Li Shi earned 50 yuan. The payout isn't substantial, but with his own experience and Hex tech, he should be able to initiate at 4-2. The jungle monsters here, unfortunately, didn't drop anything. The water droplets can't be combined into the blue buff required for Viego. SSC is still in a transitional phase. After finishing the 4-1 jungle monster, Donlin Suni initiated a small engagement, successfully reaching 7 cards. Meanwhile, Darius in the group has already reached 3 stars. Should we consider dismantling equipment? To equip Darius with frontline gear, Liu Shan isn't rushing to maneuver, since the overall jungle monster gold in this game isn't substantial, insufficient to sustain a 4-1 split push. After the winter solstice split push, they drew a 1-star for cost system card, but the 1-star for cost still couldn't defeat the 2-star 3 cost, but ultimately, they managed to stack up with Yafei's Yang, suffered a slight loss. Discipline is strict, but remember the economy has been drained. The last hex deck is here, with a black market type hex deck. Actually, you can see that Li Tuchang and Du Nizul both possess a forward-looking vision. The visionary hacker hex tech in Sway's matches is exceptionally powerful, but Li Tushan's side immediately eliminated it, while Daunting Brothers eliminated 2 regular hex deck vehicles. Will they opt for future vision? This indicates that Gus is actually not in a favorable position at this stage, as future vision in 4 versus for matches, he can assist you in completing a feature that displays the opponent you're targeting, enabling you to make various decisions. Demands maximizing your own quality or allowing teammates to make mistakes are both crucial. Ningli opted for the coronation ceremony. Similarly, after leveling up from 4 to 8, initiated a wave with Fire Leopard, Dual C-type champions, and Bomberman are all present, but Fire Leopard hasn't reached 2 stars. Bomberman also lacks 2 stars, with only 2 cards each. But fortunately, the overall system has obtained 1 copy of every required card. We can gradually adjust the lineup later and optimize it step by step. Should we change the equipment? Dongli and Zhongli finally got the first-class belt, and Dongli and Zhongli drew the 3rd floor after Bingteng got the Chaos Summon. He gave 2 bird shields. And finally, in the 4-3 stage, after bringing out the directive, the card in Chichahar was first deleted to finalize the assassin lineups after reaching level 8. With 3 Holy Spirits and 6 Assassins, the enemy's positioning was established. 2 Cyclones can also be allocated to Feng Fei's highly compatible UZ candidates. Ye Han switched to Senna. SSC hasn't activated yet, still stuck at level 7. didn't opt to draw 8 at 4-2 or 4-3. Then, actually, I quickly adjusted back. The first Hex deck didn't deliver significant benefits. Encountered a minion wave with double cannons and got fully engaged in a fight. The Battlecaster appeared, which is similar to another card, the 4 cost. 5 cost actually, for Zac. The upper limit you require actually comes later, after everyone has completed their lineups. Zac's organizational skills actually represent a decent upper limit. The earlier you bring in Zac, the quicker you can build up the organization. The fast-paced team has secured Zac, possessing all the necessary elements and fully embracing the quirky style. Now, let's focus on Li Huchuan here, who failed to secure the water droplet, but ultimately obtained SSC. After reaching level 8, he performed a card draw and got a 2-star Morgana. Varus also reached 2 stars. The execute item is temporarily on Shyvana. Shyvana has been sold. We're missing Sawani, the Frozen Mech, and Mordekaiser without positioning. The front line is relatively tanky, or on MOVI's side, since last episode's binary airdrop allowed both main DPS and tanks to equip 3P sets with a meticulous dodge maneuver. Li Xiao's Ling Feng attack was successfully evaded, with both main characters positioning themselves separately. The 2-star for cost units are clearly superior to the 2-star 2 cost ones. Li Xiao's current lineups have already reached their ceiling. Let's see if we can draw 3-star cards. Perhaps it's time to make some strategic sacrifices. Here, Li Xiao and Tesla. In this game, are still on a losing streak. Tesla has drawn 2-star heroes, the Summer Solstice, and is gradually building up their lineup. During the 4 to 6 stage, Dolan's only finally found the 3-star card, while Li Xiao's side had 30 for gold at level 6. Actually, throughout the entire game, it was extremely challenging, got wiped out, then continued drawing 2 Crocodile 8s here. For everyone outside, it's extremely challenging and unbeatable. Against Bintos 2-star Zed, directly targeting the backline, instantly eliminated the cards. Similarly, Senna with 3 Hurricanes actually delivers high damage output. Although the entire Senna is just 1-star level, it can still generate substantial damage. You're not farming anymore. This final wave, leveraging post-harvest quality, was effortless. They fully engaged Li Xiao, minimizing teammates' health loss. The Prince swapped to 3 more, hoping for the final choice of required artifacts. Tesser also lost some health, should focus on rear defense or frontline tanks. Quickly add a frontline unit here. Throughout the entire game, most players would prioritize frontline reinforcement, while the Ice Legion, benefiting from dual bird shields, opted to deploy the rear row golem. Your frontline. The heavy armored Leo C hasn't even arrived yet. The team will likely optimize the equipment later. Add another damage boosting item for Brand and equip the Ghost Book onto Zed. After reaching 2 stars, it's a qualitative leap. For the Ice card Senna, this wave can also target the opponent's unequipped cards. These 3 are crucial. Let's prioritize equipment adjustments. We should probably give up a wave here. Indeed, no major items are in this lineup. Actually, only protective equipment can be crafted. Protective equipment and armor. Li Xiao here, after completing the 6th episode, after spending a lot of money, discovered the card never arrived, ultimately chose to pull 7, hoping to hold on for a final score. Aiming to climb higher in the rankings, and avoid ending up in 8th place. Remember, Teammates Tesla and Li Xiao, after dismantling their card equipment, they had no ghosts left. This round is likely to become the sacrificial position for Teacher Ting Feng's team. The key lies in both sides pushing their limits. This game has actually turned into a supreme tier battle. Tesla was granted a margin for error. Bingtong's side is doing the same. After losing this round, they're down to 10 health points. Only one last chance to recover. But you can see the Lion Dance still has 50 gold remaining. Finally, in this round, choose to spend money for quality upgrades. However, the 2-star Senna from Shengming Festival never showed up. The second crocodile card appeared, attempting to secure the final victory. The opponent's Sheng Yuan system card was successfully replaced, but got controlled. The next skill couldn't be activated, and got instantly killed. In the late game, 3 items were given to Renekton. The healer is tanking, and even a 2-star Renekton is already powerful. For instance, tanking this wave and sending minions away, while also dealing damage to Happy at a cost. The enemy's marksman Aphelios. He wants to take down Yixing Xayah, who is also trapped in a difficult situation. Ultimately, Bingtong successfully won this round, but it was against his own teammate Quinn. Quinn was also eliminated. The final margin for error, with just 7 health points remaining. The battlefield is still chaotic. Take Tesla as an example. During the previous trading session, it didn't suffer any losses. Should we maintain this portfolio, given the current overall health advantage? Li Duchuan and Ning Li on the Tingfeng Hisi team still hold a significant edge. Tesla's team should avoid engaging with Lao Ba, and attempts to exhaust Bingtong or Kui's mother. Not attacking is better. Another approach is to target the 3 of them. This is the final contribution to Team 5. His body shows. His gear is overflowing. Binta encountered the mirrored card here. The card has no equipment. The teammate meticulously dismantled the card's gear. Tesla encountered Ning Li here. Ning Li's side also disassembled the fireman's equipment. This round should be able to win easily. There's potential for victory. Xiaolu's team, T1 Esquei Jingyuyi, has fallen among the bottom for rankings. T1 currently leads by 1 position. The 5-4 draft pick has a new Duck Claw and a war, but for the card lineup, the qualitative change caused by the new Duck Claw is not enough. It takes 2 to open the 700 plus. But just in case, Tesla still took defensive measures and removed the Shinlita Claw. Sack acquired Nash Lithuania, ultimately opting for Mercury. This choice of Infinity Killer was somewhat wasteful. Tesla actually made some minor sacrifices, choosing not to supplement Aphelios' 3rd item, but instead opting for the Heartsteel transition that opponents might require. The next phase anticipates internal conflict, while the Ice City side is likely to deploy equipment. Senna has finally reached 2 stars. You're not earning money. The 2-star Senna got bitten by the 2-star Crocodile, but there's no rush, and possesses the divine gear of 3 whirlwinds. The overall quality is actually very high. Encountered Feng Hosi's equally high-quality Li Tuchuan. We finally secured victory in today's 3rd match, are about to enter the summit battle phase. From Yongchuan's perspective, you can see Wei Gus in the back row, performing exceptionally well. The front row Iron Man remains standing. During the front line clash, Li Zichuan's team, in the next wave, managed to defeat their opponents and secured the win. Similarly, Tesla also made their move. Now, in the final for positions, T1 is leading Fox by 2 positions, while Ning Li and Li Tongchuan must secure this match. They must actually prevent the 2 Fox players from having another 1 drop to 4th place. But considering the current health margins, it's highly probable that SS and Dongjun will remain in 4th place. I'm down to my last few skills. Viego unleashed another ultimate. Securing the decisive victory, SSC's Li Fuchuan failed to land his ultimate. Fuchuan's frontline, the Iron Man with optimal original equipment, and Varus with optimal original equipment, helped him secure this SSC victory. The final margin of error was eliminated, with just 1 HP remaining. Ningli's side was defeated by Dalazuni, but his health was higher than SSC's by 14 points, which provided a margin for error in Phase 6. Tsuchikawa's team successfully acquired 2-star Sawani, while the opposing teams Li Bai and Montian were defeated. Lin Li's side activated Huo Lan's skill. Huo Nan's skill positioned himself on Misfortune's side, with 2-star Kukul Bow's upgrade available here. After acquiring 2-star Kukul Bow, you can dismantle Nico's equipment for him. However, following the skill mechanism adjustment, he can consistently unleash a powerful control after reaching half health. This card's functionality is already fully realized. There are 2 20-yuan tickets here. The equipment includes a gear shifter and shovel, but they might not be very good. We need to add a front row shovel, targeting the area where he's attacking. The card limit on your side. Actually, throughout the entire 6th phase has already reached its limit. In the SSC battle, SSC opted to sell monsters, leaving all margin for error to Donazali. With SSC's collapse, this game has become a battle for which team's victory determines the match outcome. Your team has won with Li Zhongtran's play. Li Zhongtran granted Ningli a tolerance, which was triggered by 2 Qingfeng Hosi players who were circling around Doni. Doni and Doni's cards. Here, how to break the deadlock. After playing the hat card, you still need to save some money to see if at level 9, you can build a higher tier lineup. The rabbit on the opposite side uses an ultimate to control. You have a 2-star Yumi in the endgame, but no money left. Can't return to base. While still having 2-star Samira upgrades, hit the card's mirror image. Meanwhile, Li Tuchuan's side achieved this round's mirror image, the main body of Donazalu. Li Tuchuan's rental leasing. Both sides are pushing through the front line, but Li Tuchuan's pig didn't reach his back line. Li Tuchuan ultimately lost his Donazini. The final margin for error, both stars were taken down, but the outcome was unattainable. Waited for your final error tolerance wave. This Misfortune's item build wasn't ideal, stealing backline items, but with the final tolerance window, still couldn't secure a 6-5 lead. At 6-3, just managed to pull off 2 1-star barrels and added 2 warriors. Let's see if we can finally win against Ningli. Give it our all. I'll use my ultimate skill. Yu Qiang's ultimate can take 1 down. Li Zhuchuan hits Ning's mirror image, but it's not very damaging. Ning's main body encounters Donglin Li Xing and locates their backline, then teleports here to demonstrate the effect. The front line of Wei Gu's general manager is quite tanky. Congratulations to Fan Dao for the 3-0 victory following Bronze's entry. The championship battle in the final backline phase, with both cards Ginsu's Rageblade and Archangel stacked. The last skill was cast. Rand's ultimate failed to reach the 4 teammates. The final teammate moved closer and narrowly secured the victory. The 6-stage draft process had its moments. But today, after Tesla's defense against the new additions, there were no more hidden elements. The victory ultimately came down to, had we not made that new spin move, while T1's Dong Li Suli had just saved magic resistance and synthesized the Qixing spin move with a shovel, he might have a chance to turn the tables. But all of this has become impossible. The rain is falling for you. Once again, congratulating you for feeling the victory against Li Juchuan. At this special moment, let's also ask the 4 students around us some questions. Come on, the same independent experience also reached Li Tucheng's level. We often feel that mirrors might have a slightly sacrificial vibe. This has always been crucial. The most reliable mirror image of Ho Zichuan. The positioning in this wave is excellent. The first skill successfully hit the card, and the second skill was smoothly cast, successfully controlling the card, securing the victory. At that time, the 3-star Darius with dual tank build was still exceptionally tanky. This was too easy. After the frontline skirmishes here, finally, managed to execute a card-based clutch kill on the enemy Viego. We feel like you're in every match. In this particular game, you ended up being the last one standing. Li Tongchuan successfully reached level 10, and with Zach's lineup, can sweep through underground organizations. But ultimately, he practiced less than others, so he sold the initial one. Later, he adjusted and added 2-star cards to the deck, but ran out of money. His health was at 33. Though, seeing your progress, there's actually considerable room for error. We all acknowledge Tai as a formidable opponent, having remained undefeated all the way. This time, they've reached the final stage. The positioning was slightly off against Ju Mei. The card in the corner won't be hit by Ju Mei's first ultimate. The hidden misfortune executed this steal perfectly. Our Gale Force and Death Stance items are both suitable for Neocan. Here, Viego jumps in. But I believe the damage from 4-5 items isn't enough to kill Twisted Fate, but ultimately, standing on the stage with the quality of our backline, Li Tucheng managed to take down the opponent's card. Let's congratulate
Team Falcons 获得比赛的胜利，恭喜我们的4位队员！我们也请我们的4位队员移步到我们的舞台中间，共享属于你们的胜利时刻。一路从败者组杀上来，突破重围，过5关斩6将，而今天他们以最好的状态，以最好的竞技面貌，3比0。拿下今天比赛的胜利，最终也将获得属于你们的冠军奖杯。再次的恭喜你们！接下来是你们的捧杯时刻，让我们台下所有的朋友们一起给他们点掌声，好不好？
To embrace more challenges. Regarding the upcoming competitions, what kind of confidence do you have?
今天在舞台上，这一场金色的雨是为你们而下。再次的恭喜你们，能够感觉到你们胜利的喜悦。所以说，在这个特别的时刻，我们也来问一下我们身边的4位选手一些问题。来吧，就从我身边的特斯拉开始好了。很多时候，我们觉得你在队伍里可能有一点点牺牲的感觉，一直都是队伍里最可靠的那个后盾，一直在指挥着队伍，一起和队伍不断的成长、努力、进步。在这个瞬间，我还记得在之前和你采访的时候，你说来我们的国家会展中心看我们拿下胜利吧。今天终于做到了，是什么样的感受？
今天有点太轻松了，没什么感觉。
用最平淡的语气说最狠的话，但确实今天的胜利是属于你们。我们感觉你们好像在每一场比赛当中都在不断的成长，不断的进步。你怎么看呢？觉得队伍整个进步最大的地方是在哪里？
阵容分配和磨合吧。一开始因为我们选手个人比赛比较多，练的比较少，所以一开始打的比较差。后面调整加总结就越打越好了。
确实越打越好，在每一场比赛我们都能感受到你们的进步。来问一下我们宁理，其实我们都说 T1 是一个很强大的对手，他们在此前未尝一败，一路过关斩将来到最后的决赛舞台。但是今天你们3比0拿下胜利，你觉得你们做的最好的一点是什么？觉得今天获胜的关键在哪里？
就是我们每个人都做好自己的任务吧，就是每把我们都清楚自己每个阶段该干什么。然后把节奏打好，我们就会取下胜利。
而且我觉得4v4的团体战不光是个人的胜利，更是一个团队的胜利。所以说，站在这个舞台上，有没有什么想要对自己、对队友们说的话？
我们就是最棒的团体。
就是最棒的团体。没错，今天的胜利，今天站在你们身边的奖杯也证明了这一点。好，接下来我们来问一下涂川。我们感觉只要你在场上，队伍里永远都有希望，一次又一次的登顶，你帮队伍带来了一次又一次的胜利。现在赢下比赛是什么样的感受？
就非常开心吧，能和队友一起拿下胜利。
是的，那在今天的比赛结束之后，这不光是你们的一个终点，更是一个起点，因为你们接下来还要有下一个目标，那就是 EWC 电竞世界杯，在那里也会有更多强劲的对手，更多的挑战等待着你们。对于接下来的赛事，有什么样的信心呢？
对手强，但是我们只会更强。
是的，我们也会相信你们会在未来给我们展现出越来越好的面貌。接下来也问一下李少，记得昨天采访的时候，你说我们有100%的信心，我们能够拿下这个胜利。那在今天轻取对手，一个完胜，一个3-0，是什么样的一个感受？有预想到吗？
意料之中吧。
意料之中，但这也确实是你们整个实力的加持。我觉得大家在整个的过程当中都进步成长了很多，你怎么看呢？
大家就是都越来越好了吧，就是
越来越好，打得越来越漂亮，而我们也会期待你们在未来有更多的成长。那最后也请李少来跟我们分享一下接下来对于 EWC 的决心吧。
卫冕冠军。
好的，我们也会共同期待。再次的感谢所有的选手来接受我们的采访。那么接下来，让我们有请英雄亚冠联赛 ACL 主席 Hero Esports 联合创始人兼内容矩阵总裁谢帆先生为冠军队伍颁发奖牌和奖金牌，有请。胜利属于你们。我觉得选手们的回答可能很简洁，但是这一路当中付出的辛苦、付出的汗水是不会骗人的。好，在这个特别的时刻，也让我们再一次把掌声送给我们的冠军，好不好？好的，接下来也请我们一起合影留念，记录这美好的瞬间。这是属于你们的胜利时刻。好的，再次的感谢颁奖嘉宾，也请入座观礼。那么接下来我们即将进入双飞燕野蛮部落荣耀加冕时刻，有请双飞燕集团副总裁兼研发总监连俊伟先生登台，为2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之弈冠军战队颁发冠军奖品，有请。这份荣耀离不开双飞燕野蛮部落全系列产品。即将为冠军颁发的是野蛮部落全美合金守护者机械键盘，它搭载阿尔法变速光轴，自研的触发行程0.8至3.0毫秒可调，以及免去 RT 急停功能。双飞燕游戏装备经过15年赛场验证，是我们选手们的可靠伙伴。好的，也请连俊伟先生与我们的冠军战队合影留念。我们的选手们也可以高举我们的奖品，展示属于你们的荣耀。再次的感谢连俊伟先生，谢谢，请入座观礼。接下来，也让我们有请英雄亚冠联赛 ACL 云顶之弈赛事制作人陈可欣女士上台公布2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之弈 FMVP 选手，有请。
我们本次 ACL 英雄亚冠云顶之弈的 FMVP 选手是李图川，恭喜李图川！接下来有请颁奖嘉宾为 FMVP 颁发奖金版，有请。好
好的，我们的图传也可以移步到我们的舞台中间，一同合影留念。好。再次的感谢颁奖嘉宾，也请入座观礼。那接下来也简单几个问题来问一下我们的图传。其实这也是我们2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之一的首个冠军嘛？那你也是首个 FMVP， 想必也是意义非凡。在这一个瞬间，有什么想和大家说的吗？
我就是很感谢我的队友吧。
感谢队友。那同时也想问到的是，其实不光是你们，有非常多支持你们的人也来到了现场。所以说，要不要对大家也说点什么？
就是感谢所有支持我们的粉丝和观众，谢谢大家。
谢谢大家的支持。那最后一个问题，属于你们未来的路还很长，有 EWC， 还有未来更多的比赛。我也相信你们会在更大的舞台上展现出自己最好的面貌。对于未来的自己、未来的队伍，有什么样的决心想和大家分享？
希望我们能一直进步吧，就是拿下 EWC 的冠军。
好的，不断进步，不断成长，再次的祝福你们。感谢我们的李图川选手，再次的祝贺你斩获我们的 FMVP， 同时也让我们再次的恭喜 Team Falcons 获得了最终的胜利。接下来是属于你们的胜利时刻，再一次捧起属于你们的奖杯吧。好。再一次的恭喜你们，恭喜我们的选手，在一场又一场的对决当中，为我们展现出了太多精彩，也给我们带来了太多的惊喜。而现在冠军已定，不过属于你们的攀登之路仍在继续。我们期待着你们在 EWC 的赛场上带来更多精彩的发挥。明天的太阳升起之时，你们将成为新的挑战者，再次站在这片棋盘之上。而我也相信你们会为每一个胜利而不断拼搏。此刻，让我们再次的恭喜 Team Falcons 获得2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之弈的总冠军。同时，我们也感谢在现场所有的观众朋友们、所有的选手们以及所有的嘉宾。正是你们为我们带来了这一次不一样的赛事。那么到此，2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛云顶之弈就全部告一段落。感谢大家的陪伴，也让我们下次再见，拜拜。